Today, I'm not going to tell you guys a story. A long time ago, there was somebody with hands and legs and a round body. Nothing weird, but his... I really have no clue why I painted my beard. Mine, of course, but this man's beard. One morning, a man by the name of Bluebeard was walking in the forest. A song he'd written just a few minutes before. Ta-da-ta-da-ta-da. Dum-dum-dum. Thought Bluebeard. Time for me to eat something. And so Bluebeard walked along, already eaten breakfast, and suddenly Bluebeard reached a clearing in the forest. Small house. I'll paint it for you right now. House, and there were carrots painted on the window shutters. If I'm understanding this correctly, it means this house belongs. And the rabbit is not a bad host at all. And Bluebeard wasted no time. He went straight to the... Knock, knock. Is anyone home? Answered, maybe everyone in... Bluebeard knocked on the door again. Bluebeard knocked on the door with his fist. He kicked the window shutters opened. In the window, whose eye did that? The girl. Some cocoa. Bluebeard got so excited. Ran right inside, sat down. The blue-haired girl was... How is it possible? Take in one go and swallow it without even chewing it. Fingers in the dish of jam. And then lick your fingers one by one. Such bad manners, said the girl. Mumbled Bluebeard. And then reaching for another piece of cake, he over... A brown spot started cloth, and it slowly took the shape. Bluebeard used his fingers to draw a... The girl with the blue hair took freedom taking, and she's like a naughty little boy. Now, I have to lock you up in the dark basement. Lived in had many rooms, to any room except for the dark basement, that is. In deep trouble, that's what Blue basement. Looks like I will have to stay here forever and be hungry. Basement for some food and set up a burning fire. Hot, and there was something quite tasty. Bluebeard lid, but as it turned, fire in the pot were all painted on an old canvas. Surprised, Bluebeard decided to... The secret door was open, and Bluebeard was shock full of eyes in disbelief, as Bluebeard happily gobbled up a sand. Thought about what had happened. Not for that picture, I would have lost my poor beard. No, I mean my... You, when you're feeling like... Diddle, diddle.
tag and jumped over the little dog laughed. Stork and the dish ran away with the spoon. To see such
Not greedy at all. I'm fine with sharing my candy. The little tailor? Well, I'll tell you.
The Valiant.
Far, far away, there lived a little sweets like honey and jam, and it would attract flies like. The little tailor did not chase. Annoying insects came to believe that they were free to do. One night, they got into the refrigerator. All the little chocolate glazed cream puffs. He grabbed the towel that was on the table. He flies with all his might. In a jiffy, the fridge and locked it. And then he wrote a scary t-shirt and chocolate glazed cream puffs, and he headed home in a pastry. Then, boom! He met a giant. The giant read what was and looked surprised. What do you mean? You'll fight 7 at a time. So he said to the little tailor, if you are so brave, let's have a contest to see who will tell you a giant secret. But if I turn in giant trouble, huge rock on the road, right into the little. You see how strong I am, said the giant. Exactly what to do. He picked up the cream puff. He dropped a heavy rock and squeezed it so hard the giant in the nose. The giant was a human before he could squeeze handedly. He must really be the strongest man ever. So now the giant had a scary, gigantic secret. It was 100,000 years. Climb high up into this tree. Deep hole in the trunk. The bottom of this deep and huge refrigerator. And this refrigerator is full cream puffs, chocolate cake. But there is someone who is as huge as a bicycle wheels. Look out for anyone who tries to come. Giant to the little tailor, grab him and place him in my apron. Calm down right away. You refrigerator and eat all the taste The little tailor was so happy, not even pay for them. And tree. He found the giant hut side. There was tears and tasty treasures. And the little tailor acted like there was inside the refrigerator and all the dark noises. The little tailor gobbled up all the sweets. Happy, he slammed the refrigerator door and went out the hole. But his whole belly was in the way. The little go back in. He was stuck in the hole. Out of the hole, and everyone looked that way. That's what I'm telling you. Many candies, eating sweet, out of shape.
The Itsy Bitsy Spider. The Itsy Bitsy Spider climbed up the water spout and washed the spider in the sun and dried up all the rain. The Itsy Bitsy spout again. The Itsy Bitsy Spider out. Down came the spider out. Out came all the rain. The Itsy Bitsy Spider climbed up. The Itsy Bitsy Spider out. Down came spider out. Out came the sun and dried up all the rain. The Itsy up the spout again.
Here's some advice, my dear. I want to help you remember. So I'm going to tell you a fairy.
Golden Cockerel.
Once upon a time in a small village, there lived with a cabbage patch in the garden. And of course, a gold was so nice, so cute, and so eyes off of it. But most important, everyone. That's why kids from all over the village like to come. Everyone wanted to play with the rooster. Together they sang and they filled with joy. As he watched them, he couldn't be happier. And their life was really pretty. Goats moved into their neighborhood. Would watch her neighbors have jealous. And decided to scare the kids away. Kick the old man out of his house and eat all the cabbage of the vegetable garden. The next time the kids came to visit the old man and play in his yard, the very stealthily, in a very scary voice, "This goat has come out of her lair. Your playful noises and loud screams. I will gore you! I will gore you!" Scared, they couldn't stay and play, so instead they ran away. House and screamed, "Game's over! Don't touch me, scary goat! I'm safe in here!" But the goat window and said oh so sweetly, Dear. La la, tra la la. Oh no, the goat came over. Golden Rooster, dear, please come over here. Very witty. Hurry now. To a potato. It so happens the rooster really liked potatoes. And asked, what can I with melted cheese and bacon? The goat grabbed him and ran into feed him to the wild animals. But the rooster was fighting. Now stolen goods. She's taking me to the woods. Lifted from the chicken. Dear old man. Save me. Help me. Animals could eat her. Then she went back to kick the old man out of his own house. She rammed his door with her. The gloat! I was born a real bully. My white fur is nice. Ready to be torn. I will gore you with my horn. The old man got so scared, he ran out of his. He was walking along crying. Wild animals running towards him. The old man closed his eyes. It's all over. And then say, don't be afraid, old man. Let's go to the village, and together we. When the goat saw the choked on her cabbage. Goat will be the end of me. There will be. But then the golden rooster walked up to her and said, and neighbors should never fight one another. How about from now on, you give the old man your milk and cabbage? The goat thought about this and thought some more. What is wrong with me? It is better to live in peace with your neighbor. More milk and more cabbage to go here. That's what I'm saying. Always be nice to those who live next door. Goats with sharp and pointy.
Teddy bear, turn. Teddy bear, touch the ground. Teddy bear, jump up. Teddy bear, Teddy bear, Teddy bear, say your prayers. Bear, turn off the light. Teddy bear, say Teddy bear, turn. Teddy bear, Teddy bear. Teddy bear, jump up. Teddy bear, Teddy bear, go upstairs. Teddy bear, say your prayers. Bear, turn off the light. Teddy bear, say
Listen, I have to leave you now, my darling toy friends. I'll be back by lunchtime. Behave, be nice to each other, and don't and nothing very scary will happen to you. That situation, like the 7 young kids. Scary story.
The Wolf and the 7 Young Kids.
Once upon a next to the 7 young kids, the wolf listened to no one. Angry, ill-mannered brute. The mother of the kitties went to a no, not milk. Well, something. Maybe it was cabbage. Store, Mother Goat told her 7 stay inside and be quiet. Even if they say it's the police. Or that you can open the door only if you hear the following song. Sweeties, listen to me, sweeties. Open the door and be. Listen, sweet. Don't ask anymore. Then you open the door. Mother is back with. She went to get some cabbage. Talk about cabbage. Okay. Then the door and heard this song. It's really not nice to listen at the door. Big Bad Wolf ran up the door and he sang. Oh, kitties, I don't ask any more than you. Oh, Mother is back with. He pretended to be a motor. So then the 7 young. Go away! You're not our mother. And they didn't open the door. Gobble up the 7 young kids. And this is what he came up with. He went to the blacksmith and asked really high, as high as the. So the blacksmith took out. He used that sledgehammer to make Big Bad Wolf a voice that was really. So now Big Bad Wolf could. The goat. The house with the 7 young kids and started. And sweeties, little kitty. Open the door. Mother is back with some milk. No, with cabbage in her. Silly 7 young kids got so happy. Hey, Mommy came back! And then they. 7th little kid, the smallest one of all, felt that something he hid in the oven. Big gobbled up all the 6 little. Didn't even have a problem swallowing them. And the looking around and searching for the 7th. See him anywhere. Then. He's. You hid from me. A second. Big Bad Wolf's voice was very high and very scary, and he was shaking with rage. His teeth. He still couldn't reach the little. Wolf decided to start huffing and puffing. He huffed and puffed and only got dirt. He huffed and puffed again and the wind made noise in the chimney. Then Big Bad Wolf ran and puffing, but the oven felt nothing. It was kind of like an elephant bitten by a small mosquito. Puff and puff it away. The oven was made of brick. Big Bad Wolf thought, I'll get to the tiny kid through the chimney. To the roof. It wasn't easy to come. He fell down twice. His knees were, but But he still crawled up there. Well, he got up there all right, but the young kids got in his way. Then his belly put them down on the roof and said, "Don't make any noise, and if you don't behave." And then he thought, "I'll get to the littlest kid, eat him, and come back all up again." The chimney barely made dirty from soot. Then he heard someone down there. The goat, she'd come back home and start. While Big Bad Wolf was going through the chimney, she had to sing the proper song to get her young. Tell the littlest kid he shouldn't have gone. Then Mother Goat started the fire. It burnt the tail of Big Bad. Screaming, "What are you doing to me? It hurts!" He barely made it out of to nurse his wounded tail. Mother Goat was surprised because she couldn't understand how big. Then the 7 young. And that's the story of what happened. I forgot all about the time. Now I'll be late. So if you want to eat cabbage again, dangerous strangers.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star.
Little star, how I wonder are up world so high, diamond in the sky, a little star. Twinkle, how I wonder what you are. Above the world, like a diamond in the twinkle, twinkle star, how I what you are.
Fairy tale about the important. So listen up. Once upon she didn't watch her step, so she.
And the rolling pin.
Oh my goodness! Pins on the road. That is. As she rubbed her bruised side, but she saw no one. If you think hard, you'll find a use. Ordinary fox. Now will be the fox. The sly fox sneered, whisked her tail, and went straight to the nearby village. The cat and the rooster lived in the village. Inside the house, a cat was jumping, and the rooster was sitting. The rooster's crooning, she felt really hungry. So she went over to the window and said, "What voice you have, what talent, such pretty feathers of an eagle." When the rooster He could barely even breathe. Happy. The cat stopped to leave him. Oh, dear me, where shall I go now? Came, my house melted away. Can you let me? There's barely enough room for us in here, said the cat to the fox. I'll sleep on the bench. I'll put my rolling pin under the oven. Well, if you put your rolling pin, you can stay over. The sly fox waited until the cat and the rooster got up from the bench. She got the rolling pin from under the oven and hid it in a The fox started screaming, rolling pin! What? What you want, but you have for my rolling pin. The cat furrowed his brow. No, fox, I can't give you my rooster. If you want, you can have my jump rope. The fox said. It used to be. Now will be the fox with the jump rope. That's what she thought. Just you wait. You'll see. Anyway, jumping rope. And by nightfall, she also spent the night at their house. Space. I'll sleep on the bench. But to let her in. At night, the fox put the jump rope from its secret place. It's screaming again. Oh, jump rope! Out it! Say what you want, cat. In exchange for my jump rope. Fine, well, please wait outside while I'll say goodbye, then I'll put my and you can do whatever you want with it. Gearing up. The fox went outside and said, necessary. Why do they have to be? Why is it taking so? And saw a sack in the widow's inside. So the fox grabbed the sack and started running away with it. She ran and tied the sack, and it turned out the cat was in it instead. It jumped out of the suit barely. You get what you get, and don't be upset, or you might end up come in very handy and get it.
Gently down the stream, merrily, life is but a
One languages? Because I don't want to end up in a situation like this. Just listen to this. Time ago, there was this Caliph, the ruler. He just sat by the window all the time, looking at the little. I am Caliph. I'm the ruler. anything I want, and yet I cannot chirping about you. Caliph became so sad and unhappy, his eyes out like a little baby. Doctors were called in, but no one could make him happy. One day, a strange little man. He was very short, but his nose was very long. He had donkey's turban. Shoulder. Oh, Caliph, said the little man. I know it. Again. Eat this fruit. Shout very loudly. Oh no. You shout. Not matador. What's the foreign word that we were supposed to say? Oh, I remember. Very loudly. Mutabor. Any animal, bird, or fish you want to. And after you'll be able to understand what the animals are talking about. Muchbor, and you won't be. Caliph ate the. He did a somersault and then. I wish to turn into a stork. Caliph checked himself out in the. He had a beak instead of his. Head was small. His legs were too. Caliph couldn't help it and started laughing so all about the outlandish that Caliph's story somersault to the throne and told Caliph, little birdie, now I will be ruler of Baghdad. Give me that Caliph. Stork realized that the little man had tricked him, and he burst into before. Okay, stop. I will grant you 1 hour. Human again. Caliph felt really lost. How will I be able? The parrot flew over to Caliph and whispered into his ear, I'm going to tell you, but in return you have to marry. But this is simply unbelievable. But there was nothing. That's when the parrot told Caliph, carefully, but be sure not. The little guy with the long nose. He turns an illiterate person into what? This is his name, Rump. As soon as Caliph Stork heard this, the evil wizard was sitting on the throne. The Caliph shouted at the top. Rumple snout. Throne. The evil wizard got really annoyed. How did you find my name? And the evil spell was broken, and Caliph Stork turned, looked at the parrot, and he couldn't believe. Instead of the parrot, Queen was standing before him. Wedding, he went to school and studied again. That's what I'm telling you. Languages, they can help you in situations.
Once upon an old, old time, there was the hill, the fort to climb, that castle has its land. People still live in a that's flowing by. Red bone box. Good old days goodbye. Through a foggy fog. Shield you from the rain. Then have some. It's 5 again. You all because over here they on of Shakespeare.
Why are you two looking at me like that, huh? You weird things. Oh, wait. I know a fairy tale about
The straw.
there lived an old man and an old and they had no family at all. No children and no They would sit on the porch. The old woman turned to the old man. What do you think about getting? But a pet needs to be fed all the time. He started to grow anxious, whining like a little baby. I want a pet doggy. As for little turtle, the old man that he should do some thinking. With an idea that seemed real. And went to the barn and gathered up a whole. The old man made a and to make the bull calf tough, the old woman was so happy that she took the straw bull calf to a meadow and left him there to graze. The straw bull. Above him, the sun was. The birds were chirping. Along, he saw the bull calf. The bull calf was out of straw. The bear was so surprised. Didn't say anything. And he roared. Why, must me? If you were well behaved. Good morning, back to me. Calf said nothing. I roared the bear, and that was covered in tar. The bear's paw got stuck in. He tried to free his paw, but the bull calf wouldn't let him go. And using his other paw, he tar. The bear got scared and screamed. Oh dear, let me go, please, please. When the old there, he immediately ran to the. Hey, you bear! How dare you! I'm going to grab to throw you into these stony. The bear throw me into bushes and please. Fine, fine, said the old. In return for his freedom, the old couple never had so much in all their poor lives. The bull calf was grazing in the meadow. The wolf got stuck and glued the wolf, and he brought. The next day, the old couple got some geese and a few chickens. Even the rabbit, and the rabbit brought the old man on the old eating carrots, and they couldn't have been happier with their bull calf. And yet, he proved to be and lived happily ever after. It was a very happy ending, and that's what I'm telling you. And be very valuable.
I eat my apple pie like that. And listen to this fairy tale. Once a kingdom and a horse, he was
Go I know not whither.
He constantly asked for impossible things like flowers in the winter. He walked to the kitchen, sat at the table, and shouted, "I want pheasants!" So they went to the peasant, who was really pleasant. Right after finishing his lunch, he's gone and left. He went in. But for what reason? A bird was sitting on a branch by the birdhouse. There's two in the bush, thought the peasant, and he got his shotgun ready. Just to down the shotgun and then said, "Shoot, be nice to me, please. I'm not an ordinary bird. If you trusty friend and your..." The peasant was really surprised. Here, landed on the ground. Beautiful, beautiful girl. The peasant got really sad. Can't bring the king a pleasant girl in. And the beautiful girl told her, "Don't you fear, I'll cook for you, king, a royal chicken meal with simply a deal. It's delicious." The peasant said, "Oh, something else." The king saw her and then became really jealous. The peasant had cooked a chicken and finished the peasant off. The king said to the peasant, "Go, I know not whither, and bring me back something or other." "Oh, I really don't know what. Something unusual." The peasant was no longer free. Into the barrel he had to hop. Upside down in the barrel, he was sent to sea in peril. A long time, as he rocked to and fro, the sneaky visited his wife and proposed. And then she turned away. The king was left standing there, alone. Nowhere to go. Part, and out came the peasant. He landed on the vast sea, marooned business on this island. Lots of garden with rows and rows of fairy tale flowers. Vegetable patches with all kinds of plants. Well, I've seen a lot. Wasn't this? Picked up one of the balls, thundered it to shake. The scary voice of someone unseen. "Why did you pick up my watermelon?" The peasant got too. It was just following the king's order. "Say," boomed the voice from above. "Well then, the..." Thunder struck again. Suddenly, the peasant saw a garden. The scary voice. "You are really unpleasant to this peasant, so protect my vegetable from any further. Turn you into an eagle in the sky, so to your lovebird you can fly after under the sun, and don't be exactly the same. Someone else's pie. Invite your friend. Big slice."
Sun is hiding behind a great cloud. Birdies are bright and music sounds so cruel. When the friends sing, if musicians don't hear each other, create harmony and made up. friends who can be, and always agree. Notes A to G.
Why you're looking at me like that? Oh yes, I can see it. I mean, like a book fairy tale about that.
Cinderella.
There was a girl who lived in the kingdom of far, far away. She was at the palace. The problem was that she never had. Her evil stepmother made her do all the chores. No play makes us dull kids. Horrible housework. Cinderella did all the laundry and pans, and every day she cleaned the fireplace by taking out the ashes. By the way, little ashes. To throw another ball, and not just any ball. He invited everyone. He said there would be an all-you-can-eat ice cream, and that there would be. But then she became very sad. That's because she had a dress to wear, and it was very dirty. So she had of the royal palace. The good witch showed up and said, "I'll help you. I'm going to turn your old tattered house dress into a beautiful one of the season. But there's one thing you must remember. When the strikes midnight, it's because your beautiful ball gown will turn back into a house." Cinderella was so happy as she checked out. Then came the evil stepmother. "Why do you think you're going all dressed? Cracked, so get to work right now." Really, really sad. To crack that many nuts, you can ruin and break all your teeth. Smile at the ball if you have no teeth. The good witch showed up again and gave Cinderella a wooden Pinocchio with a nose that was this wide. Hippopotamus. And he asked Cinderella. "He," replied the good witch. "Look how well he can crack the nuts. Crack, crack. It's all done." Cinderella was able to crack, and she liked the nutcracker so much that she the ball. Cinderella was walking down the road when "Oh, your majesty," said Cinderella, "why are you so sad?" The king sighed heavily and told her, "How could I not be sad?" Palace, but then the rats showed up and threw me out. Said in a very human voice, "Your majesty, I will come to your rescue." He started to playing a trombone and started to dance along to it. As soon as the trombone, all the appeared, and the king took out of the palace. Everyone was so happy. Then Cinderella gave the nutcracker a big kiss right on his long nose. Suddenly, sparkles began to appear everywhere, and the nutcracker started to transform into the prince. And when his up until now, I was under a spell. And now, my dear Cinderella, I am so happy that I would like to offer you my hand, my heart, and also these pretty glass slippers. Just then, the tower clock at the palace began to strike midnight. Cinderella got scared that the prince would stop loving her when he was real. You may judge someone by their coveralls. Love because of their great inner.
Make sure you keep tucked in tight. By your bed the wolf. 5 and 4 and 3, 2. You all night long. Rock-a-bye, bye-bye-bye. Music way up high. And turn out the light. You'll be dancing through the night. Rock-a-bye. He's bopping to the bump. Thoughts are bopping in the head. Keep the music way up. Rock-a-bye and roll-a-bye. Shut your eye. Mind you don't roll off the bed. Sleeping doesn't stand for tight.
Rockin' boy, nighty-night.
Rock-a-bye. Play the music. Rock-a-bye and roll-a-bye. Leave your feet don't shut. Leave your feet don't shut your eye.
Do you know why I'm memorizing the multiplication table? That memory's bad because it was trained properly.
Alibaba.
There were 2 brothers in the Middle East. Although it might seem kind of inherited everything, the younger brother inherited nothing at all. Alibaba scratched the back. My older brother is rich. Of halva or a sip to come up with a plan. Finally, one day, he gather some firewood in the forest, sell it at the market, buy myself a meat pie. Alibaba got scared. Oh, genie's mad. But these are some ordinary thieves. They were carrying a treasure of these scary pirates. No, I mean the chief of these scary. Open, sesame! Everything. Earthquake. And then the mountain. The thieves carried very fast so no one could see them. But no one could see them. Ba was the best student. He heard it all. The cave. Alibaba came. Open, sesame! And that's how he entered the cave. Things in there. In the second room, he found all kinds of toys. Dolls, bags, humongous elephants, and even fluffy. Alibaba played with the train set into the third room. And clothes, there were balls, all length, t-shirts with sparkling rhinestones and beautiful pink slippers. And pretty beading all around. Slippers. Suddenly, the slippers raised him up in the air. Alibaba shouted to he flew out of the cave as happy as he can be. Carry the firewood to the market in no time. Alibaba sold the fire, bought himself a meat pie. All of a sudden, his brother Cassim showed up. How did you manage to buy meat? And how did you get the money? To tell his brother all about he found that belonged to the thieves. It's on a sheet for his brother. Open, sesame! And he went in right away to get the He dropped the sheet. He back. He could barely drag. Caught his breath and said, "Bippity boppity boo. With these words I will open you." The door still didn't open. With his head. Suddenly, the Caliph of thieves was standing there. "Why, impatient one? I forget what hamburger buns. That's what memory so very poor," asked the "Train it. I'm going to give you this book of fairy tales to tell them to me at bedtime. Oh, greedy one, you'll stay." Because of his stupidity, Kasim had not sure for how long. They say he was there one night. Depend on cheat sheets.
Like a film, it was just like, but who knows who? Maybe we are destined to like a film, your glue, like a film, like a film. If to life, the light is green, and magic fly to your dream, like a film. Living like a film, feeling all the pain under waves.
Oh, don't even try to. Not because I'm lazy. It's just tale. Once upon a time,
3 little pigs.
3 big forest and some far away. Their names were Boo Boo, Boo The Pig brothers loved to have fun, just like any other piggies. They would run through the forest scaring the animals, or they would eat the... All you could hear in the forest all day long, squealing and snorting. These Pig brothers loved to play music. They found some musical instruments, a guitar, a drum, and not sure what they call it, but they always have them in the marching band. The moon came out. The Pig by the fire and hold their very loudly, and no one around them could sing. Pigs are smarter than the animals called the police. But nothing worked. They couldn't. Then summer ended and autumn. Pigs were not afraid of the cold. Over the summer, and on their bones, they could barely. They squealed and squeezed through the animals in the forest grew really coming. They had to hibernate. But how could they sleep with these? The animals grew sadder. Ewes crying over spilt milk. Just move out. And finally, the Big brothers away. They closing and sent him. So the sheep galloped up to the pigs' houses and their window, and they couldn't believe again to them. But so hard that two of their houses fell down. At first, Pig brothers, but that was not the case. Boo-boo and their broken houses and moved. Oopsie-daisy. So the three little pigs stone house very comfortable. They sat by the window, loudly as ever. We are saying, come what may. Can't scare the pigs away. Shall again, the animals got. And this is what they decided. After another one of the pigs, all the brothers had just gotten to sleep to the pig's house. The sheep stuck her nose through the window. Over her back, a cat head. All the animals started to scream all at once. Cock-a-doodle-doo! The rooster said, woof, woof! Bad piggies, you... And the three little pigs got so scared that they ran around. After troublemakers in the forest and everything was... I'm telling you, you have to think. And if you want to sing songs, dance, and play music, places called music halls.
TaDaBoom! Rain, rain, go away. Rain, rain, get another day. Rain, rain, go
to play. Yeah.
Again another day. Play. Rain, rain, go away. Rain, rain, go. Another day. Every rain, rain, go away.
Today, I'm not going to tell you guys a story. I'll paint it. With hands and legs and a round body. Nothing weird but his beard. It's so... I mean, not mine, of course, but this man's beard.
Bluebeard.
A man by the name of Bluebeard was walking in the forest. A few minutes before, ta-da-ta-da, ta-dum-dum-dum. Bluebeard, it really is time. Time for me to eat something. And so Bluebeard walked along, thinking about how he'd already eaten breakfast and how lunch was far from being cooked. Suddenly, Bluebeard reached a clearing in the forest. In the clearing stood a small house. There were sunflowers and carrots painted on the window. If I am understanding this correctly, these carrots mean this house belongs to the rabbit. And the rabbit is not a bad host at all. He's happy to invite his guests to lunch. Bluebeard opened the door. Everyone in there was asleep. Bluebeard knocked on the door again. Bluebeard knocked, kicked the door with his feet. Doors opened. In the window appeared a very pretty girl whose eyes were... For some reason, I also painted her hair blue. I don't know why I did that. Stop knocking on my... You better come in. So excited when he saw the food that he ran right inside, sat down, and started eating. The girl was really surprised when... Was it possible, she thought, to eat a whole cake in one go? Chewing it. Or stick your fingers in the dish of jam, as if that was fingers one by one. Ew, said the girl. Uh-huh, mumbled Bluebeard, reaching for another piece of cake. A brown spot started to appear on the white lip. Then Bluebeard used his fingers. The blue hair did not appreciate this kind of artistic freedom-taking. You're behaving like a naughty little... Right now, I have to... The house that the girl lived in had... For the dark basement, that is. Well, I'm in deep trouble. In the dark basement, looks like and be hungry too. He looked around the basement for some food. Stove with a burning fire. Fire with a pot, and there was something. Bluebeard tried to put his hand under the lid, but the oven, the fire, and the pot
was hanging over a secret door. The secret door was open, and Bluebeard saw that the of tasty treasures. As Bluebeard happily gobbled up a sandwich with peanut butter, he thought about what. If not for that picture, I would have lost my poor beard. No, I mean my poor head. That feeling like all is lost. A true artistic masterpiece.
Diddle, diddle, the cow jumped over the moon. Glad to see the spoon. Diddle, diddle, the cow jumped over. The little dog laughed to see. Dish ran away with.
I'm not greedy at all. I'm fine with sharing my candy. But do you know what? Well, I'll tell you. In a land far, far away, there lived a little tailor. So these annoying insects to do anything they wanted. Into the refrigerator and gobbled up all the little chocolate. Well, no one could take. So the little tailor grabbed the towel that was on the table and might. And these flies got up. The angry little tailor put a chain around the fridge and of his t-shirt. I'll fight 7 at a time. And he bought himself some and he headed home in a great was walking down the road, nibbing at his pastry. Then the giant tailor's t-shirt and looked surprised. What do you mean, you? The giant got very cute. Tailor, if you are so, if you win, then it's secret, and you'll be in giant trouble. The giant looked around and broke it right into. The little tailor was so surprised. You see how strong I am, said the turn. The little he picked up the cream puff. It's so hard that the cream came out. The giant was shocked. He single-handedly. He must really be the strongest man ever and the cream of the human. The giant had to tell the little tailor secret. On a high mountain there grows 100,000. If you climb high up into this tree, you will find a trunk. And at a deep and dark hole, and this refrigerator cream puffs, chocolate cakes, and cookies. But there is someone wheels. And he is on the lookout for any to the little tailor. Grab him and place him in. Open the refrigerator and eat all the tasty sweets your heart desires. So happy that he would be able to eat them. And so he went to. He found the hole and peeked inside. And it was just like the giant had said. It was a dog with big. Dog had a chance to do anything. He sat there and watched through tears, and the little tailor went. And the little tailor acted like there was no tomorrow. And all the dog could hear were crunch. The little tailor gobbled up all the sweets. A single crumb. Refrigerator door and went out the hole. He realized his full belly was in the way. So fat that he couldn't get out. Stuck in the hole. So there he was. Everyone laughed at him until. What I'm telling you, it's not healthy to eat that many candies.
Spider. The spider climbed up the wall. Came the rain and washed the. Out came the sun and dried up all the rain. Climbed up the spout again. The itsy bitsy water spout down. Push the spider out. Out came the sun. And the itsy bitsy spider. And dried up all the rain. Spider climbed up the spout again.
You two are very different. Nevertheless, you have to live in peace and always be very nice. To help you remember this very valuable fairy tale. Once upon a time in a small village, there was an old house with a cabbage patch, a golden rooster, and this was so pretty that you could. Most importantly of all, he was friendly with everyone. To come and visit the old man to play with the rooster. Together they. Man's heart filled with joy as he watched them. He couldn't be happy. Really pretty great until this neighborhood. Having fun. More jealous. Take it anymore and decided to scare the rooster, kick the old man out of the cabbage of the vegetable garden. The next time the kids came to visit the old man and play in his yard, on them very stealthily, and then all of a sudden she her voice. Oh, you little kids, beware! This goat has come out of her sweet dreams. I will gar you! I will gar you! The little kids didn't play, so instead they ran away in the old man's house and screamed, "There you go! I'm safe in here!" But the goat was sneaky. She could so sweetly. Tra-la-la, tra-la-la. The goat came over to the window and said to the rooster, "Dear, please come over here. They say you're cute and pretty and also very witty. Hurry now, don't be..." So the silly bird looked out the window and asked, "What kind of potato is it? Is it crunchy with melted cheese and bacon?" The goat grabbed him, planning to feed him to the rooster was fighting and crying out, "She's taking me to the woods. Lifted from the chicken coop, I will end up... Help me! Please!" The poor old man was near death. Or anything. The goat abandoned the rooster in the woods and fled before. Then she went back to kick the old man out of his own house. She rammed his door with her horns. "I'm a goat who likes to gloat. I was born a real bully. My white fur is nice and woolly. So get ready to be torn. I will gore you with my horn." The old man got so scared. He was walking along, a pack of wild animals running towards him. "Oh, this is the end of me. It's all over." And then the old man heard the rooster say, "I'd like you to meet my new friends. Let's go to the village, and together we will fight this goat villain." When the goat saw the wild animals, she almost choked on her cabbage. "Oh my," thought the frightened goat. "This will be the end of me. Horns and hooves." But then the golden rooster walked up to her and said, "We are neighbors, and neighbors should never be towards one another. Now on, you give the old man your milk, and in return, he'll give you his cabbage." The goat thought about this and thought some more, and then she looked at... "Right, what is wrong with me? It is better to live in peace with your neighbors. That way, there's more milk and more cabbage to go around, and everyone is happier. You should always be nice to those who live. Your neighbors are goats with sharp animals."
Turn around, teddy bear, touch the sky. Upstairs, teddy bear, teddy bear, up the light, teddy bear,
Listen, I have to leave you now, my darling toy friends. I'll be back by lunchtime. While I'm out, and don't open the doors for strangers. Then nothing very scary will happen to you, and you won't end up 7 young kids from a fairy tale. I'll tell you their scary story.
The wolf.
Once upon a time, Big Bad Wolf was living next to the 7 young kids. And the wolf listened to no one. An angry, ill-mannered brute. So then one day, the mother of the kitties... Well, anyway, she had to go to the store to buy something. Maybe going to the store, Mother Goat told her 7 young kids, "Stay inside and be quiet for anyone, even if they say it's the police. You can open the door only if you hear the following song. So kitties, listen to me, sweeties, open the door and..." No, I don't ask anymore. Is back with some milk in her sack. Some cabbage. You need to... Listen, sweeties. Ask anymore. Then you open the... with cabbage in her sack. Listened at the door and heard this song. Big Bad Wolf was a real baddie. It's really not nice. So as soon as Mother ran up and started to pack... Listen, sweeties, little kitties. Can you open the door with cabbage in her... He pretended to be their mother, but his voice... And the 7 young kids spoke up and told... Our mother left to get some cabbage. In the door, Big Bad Wolf really... young kids. With... He went to the blacksmith and asked him to make his... high as the voice of Mother Goat. Took out a huge sledgehammer, and then he used that sledgehammer. It was really high and whiny. Well as a goat. Again to the house with... and started singing. Listen, sweeties, little kitties, I don't ask anymore. Then you open the door. No, with cabbage in her sack. Kids got so happy they started screaming. And then they opened the door. Only the 7th little kid. That something was not right. Big Bad Wolf ran into the house and gobbled up all the 6 little kids one by one. Problem swallowing them. He kept looking around and searching, but he couldn't see him anywhere. It's where you hid from me. Just you wait a second. Tattering away. The little kid. That's huffing and puffing to break down the oven. He huffed and puffed and he huffed and puffed again, and the wind made noise in the chimney. The house. He ran in. Hard, in fact, he huffed and puffed so hard. Big Bad Wolf was huffing and puffing. It was kind of like an elephant bitten by a small mosquito. The oven was made of bricks. I'll get to the tiny kid through the chimney. And he started climbing. Belly, he fell down twice. His knees were scraped, his fur covered. Up there. Well, he got up there all right. belly full of the young kids got in his way. Kids out of his belly, put them down on. If you don't behave, I'll come back and eat you. And then he thought, I'll get to the little, come back up and crawling down the chimney, barely making it. And then he heard someone down. It was Mother Goat. She'd come back home and started to heat the oven to cook. Bad Wolf was going through the chimney. She had time to come back with the to get her young kids down from the roof. Then Mother Goat started the fire. It burnt the He started screaming, "What are you doing to me?" It made it out of the chimney and ran in. Mother Goat was surprised because she couldn't understand in her oven. Then the story. And that's the story. Oops, I forgot all about the time. Eat cabbage again. Don't.
Twinkle, twinkle, little.
Twinkle, twinkle, how I you are up above, high like a diamond. Twinkle, twinkle, star, how what you are. Twinkle, little star, wonder what you up above the world so high, a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, little what you are.
I'll tell you a fairy tale about the importance of making the right choice. So listen up. She tripped over a rolling pin of goodness, what is the meaning of this? Herself as she rubbed her bruised side. The fox looked around, but she saw no one. If no one will claim this rolling pin, I'll keep it. If you think hard, you'll find a use for anything. I'll be the fox with the rolling pin. The sly fox sneered, whisked her tail, and went. In that village, the cat and the rooster the road. Inside the house, a cat was jumping, and the rooster singing a song. Talent, I recognized it right away. Such of the beak of an eagle. When he was so fluttered by her parade, he could barely even. The cat stopped jumping rope the window and said, "Go away, sly fox, while you still can." deceive him. Oh, dear me, where shall I go? All icy and sparkly, but when spring came, my house. Can you let me stay with you? No, there's barely enough room. But the fox kept insisting. I'll sleep. I'll put my rolling pin. If you put your rolling pin under the oven. The sly fox waited until the cat carefully got up from the bench. In a different secret place. Me. Oh, you stole my... What will I do without it? Say what you want in exchange for my rolling pin. No, Fox, I can't give you my rooster. If you want, you can have... I'll take this jump rope, the fox said. Rope. That's what she said, but this is what she thought. That rooster, you'll see. Playing and jumping rope, and by again she has to spend the night at their take up much space. I'll sleep on the bench and tuck my tail under it, and I'll put my jump rope under the oven. At night, the fox put the hid it in a different secret place. And the fox started screaming again. Favorite jump rope. Do without it. Say what you want. A rooster in exchange for my jump. Fine, we'll do as you say. I want to say goodbye to my rooster. And I'll put it. The fox went out. Oh, unnecessary! Why do they have to be so melodramatic anyway? Was at the window and saw a sack in the windowsill and something away with it. She ran. Well, rooster dear, your swan song, and then the fox untied the sack, jumped out of the sack, threatening the fox, ran after her so fast that she could barely get away. That's what I'm telling you. And don't be upset, or you that could come in very handy. That.
Row, row, gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 let row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, merrily, merrily. A dream. Life is but a dream. Row boat gently down. Merrily, merrily, merrily. But a dream. Life is
Study foreign languages? Because like this one Caliph from a fairy tale. Just listen to this. A long time ago, there was this Caliph. Window all the time, looking, thinking. I am Caliph. I'm the ruler of my land. I cannot understand what these little... Caliph became so sad and unhappy. And then one day, a strange little man showed up at the palace. He was very short, but his nose was very long. He had under his turban, perched on his shoulder. "You," said the little man. "You happy again. Eat this," and then shout very loud. Oh no. No, not matador. Do a somersault. Then you'll be able to or fish you want to. And after you do your transformation, animals are talking about. But forget the word mooch boar and human again. He did a somersault. Mutabor! I wish to turn into a stork. And out in the mirror, he had a beak. As long, his head was small. His legs were like sticks, and he had. It's like the fun house mirror. Caliph couldn't help it and started laughing. Of course, he forgot all about the outlet. Just like that, Caliph and did some somersaults, but he couldn't turn back into a human. Climbed up to the throne and told of you, my little birdie. Now I will be ruler of Baghdad. Give me. That's when Caliph Stork realized that the little man had tricked him, and even worse than before. Okay, Caliph, I will grant you 1 hour. Find out my name, you will turn back into human again. Caliph felt really lost. How? That's when the parrot flew over to Caliph and I'm going to tell you the name of the little man, but in return you have... Oh no, this is simply unbelievable. Mary a parrot. Caliph, listen to what I tell you very carefully. But the little god, he turned into wild animals. Rumpled snout skin. Stork heard this. He rushed over to the sitting on the throne, kicking up his feet. The Caliph shouted at the top of his lungs, "Hey, you rumpled snout skin! How did you find my name?" And he got so into pieces. Exploded, the evil spell was... Stork turned back to human again. Couldn't believe his eyes. A second ago, beautiful Princess Jasmine was standing before. Very happy. He married her, and right after the wedding, he went to school so he would not turn into an animal. No foreign languages, they can help you out of many.
Once upon an old time, there was the castle. Fortress wall was... The castle has its legend still. Within those woods,
You can find a good use for... Oh, wait. I know a fairy...
The straw bull calf.
Once a man and an old woman. They were very... at all. No children, and all day long they would sit on the... One day, the old woman said, "You know what, old man? Our life is really terrible. I have an idea. What do you think? Bed all the time," said the old man. But the old woman kept whining like a little baby. "I want a pet doggy." The old woman asked for a little turtle, thinking that he should do something. The man came up with an idea that seemed really great. Did some sweeping, got a whole bunch of... The man made a bull calf out of this. Half tough, he coated it with chalk. So happy that her wish had come true that she took the straw, left him there to graze. In the meadow above him, around him, the birds were chirping. Bull calf and said, "Good morning." The bull calf was mute because he was so surprised that he repeated. The bull calf didn't say anything. The bear became very... "What? Rude to me. If you were a well-behaved bull calf, you would have..." Again, the bull calf said nothing. "Son," roared the bear, and he smacked the bull calf. And you guessed, stuck in the tar. But the bull calf wouldn't let me go, roared the bear, or else, and using his other side covered with tar. Paws were stuck. The bear got lungs. "Oh dear, bull calf, please, bull calf, please." When the old man heard the bear, he immediately ran to the meadow and said, "Hey, you bear, I'm going to grab you, and I'm into these. Please, old man, ask me anything you want for you, but please don't you dare fight anymore." Freedom, the bear brought the old man a great gift, lots of honey. Had so much in all their poor life. And while the bull calf was grazing in the meadow, the old man unglued the wolf, and the next day the fox got, and so the old couple got some. Even the rabbit got caught in the tree. Brought the old couple a whole bag of juicy carrots. The old eating carrots with their bull calf. The bull calf was not proved to be very useful. The old woman lived happily. The fairy tale was a very happy ending, and that's what I'm telling you. Every little thing can be very valuable to you.
interstellar dream. They say it never happened. Then now so we become the children-only team. Of space if we try. We'll bring the sky of shiny. We'll bring to our friends a shiny and bright little star. We will be the how we are. We'll bring to our friends a shiny and bright little star. To our friends a great gift from a bright little star.
Why? That. Instead of looking at my pie, you should listen to this fairy tale. King who had a kingdom and a horse and all sorts of tools.
Go I know not whither.
This rural ruler was very weird. He constantly asked in the winter or a rocket ship. Sat at the table and shouted. So they went to the peasant, who was really pleasant. Right after finishing his lunch, this peasant game. But for what reason? It's the wrong season. The peasant was really tired of when suddenly he saw a bird in the thought the peasant, and he got his just as he was about to shoot the and sat down on the shotgun. Don't shoot. Be nice. An ordinary bird. If you spare my life and your faithful wife, a prize. The bird landed on the ground and turned. Girl. The peasant got really girl instead of a pheasant. Girl told him, "Don't you worry. I'll cook for you, king." The royal chicken meal was simply. This chicken is delicious. Who made it? She's really something else. The king saw her and then became really jealous. He couldn't believe chicken fit for a king. And then he finished the. So the king said to the peasant, "Go, I know not whither, and bring me back something or short or long. I really don't." According to the king's decree, the peasant was no longer top, upside down in the barrel. He was sent to sea in. His barrel rolled around the high seas for quite a long time. As the sneaky king walked up to his house to propose, but the wife turned. Then she turned into a bird and the king was left standing there, alone, all dressed up. In the meantime, the bear came the peasant. marooned and surrounded by all. On this island, the peasant discovered rows and rows of very tall flowers and orchids brimming with magic apples. All kinds of plants. Well, I've seen a lot of things in my life. It's quite a sight to see. Straight from the ground. I've never seen anything like this. The pet shake. Bellowed from the sky. My watermelons. The king, you say? Boomed the voice from above. Well, the answer for this. Thunder struck again. Thunderbolt! The peasant saw the king standing. Told the king, "You are. So now you have to stand watch and protect my vegetable from any further monkey business. As you, peasant, were very pleasant, I'll turn you into an eagle and you can fly. Live happily ever after under the sun." Same thing. Cast no. Invite your friends and be nice. Cut the.
Hiding behind a great. All the birdies are frightened away. Oh, cruel and loud. Friends disagree how. If musicians don't hear each other, never create harmony. But a band made of scissors is like scale made of notes A to G. Notes from A to just nice to each other and always agree. A to G. From A to G. Just friends who nice to each other and always sing notes A to G.
What, you're looking at me like I can see it in your eye. You coveralls. But even an ugly duckling can have. And now I will tell you a fairy tale.
Cinderella.
Once upon a lived in the kingdom of far, far away. Evil stepmother all the chores around the house. All work and no play makes us dull of these horrible housework. All the laundry. She washed all the pots and pans and by taking out the ashes. By Cinderella means little ashes. The king had decided to throw in, and not just that one. He said there would be an all candies and ice cream, and that there would be dancing all night long. Happy, but then she became very sad. I had one dress to wear, and it was very dirty. Fancy ball of the royal palace. And then suddenly said, "I'm your godmother. I'm going to turn your old tattered beautiful ball gown, the most fashionable one of the season. But there's one thing you must remember. The palace strikes midnight. About once because your beautiful ball into a house dress." Cinderella out her reflection in the stepmother, why do you think you're going all dressed up? We have that need to be cracked, so get to work right now. That's when Cinderella to crack that many nuts. Oh, your teeth doing that. You have no teeth. And then gave Cinderella something that the nose this long, wide, and the teeth. And who could this weird nut? He is not a weird nut. Look how well he can crack the nuts. Crack, crack. It's all done. Cinderella was able to crack all the nuts. She liked the nutcracker so much that she decided to take him. Cinderella was walking down the road when suddenly she saw the king. Oh, your majesties, it's so sad. The king sighed heavily and told her, how could I not be sad? I had a ball at the palace, but then the Just then the nutcracker stood up and said in a very "Don't cry, your majesty, I will come to your rescue." He started to play his nose like an and he played such good music along to it. Sounds of the trombone, all their willpower simply disappeared. And the king took the broom and swept them out of the palace. Everyone was so happy. Then Cinderella gave the nutcracker a big kiss. Suddenly, sparkles began to appear everywhere. And the nutcracker started to transform into the prince. And when his transformation was over, he said, up until now, I was Cinderella's glass slippers. Just then, the tower clock at the palace, but Cinderella got scared that the prince would stop loving her when he saw. But the prince didn't care about. His love for Cinderella was real. That's what I keep. Their coveralls at first. Their great inner qualities.
Put out the light, make sure you keep tucked in. The wolfy height, he sides 5 and 4. We'll dance you all night long. Turn the music way up high. Rock-a-bye and roll your eye. Hush now and turn out the light. Rock-a-bye and Humpty Dump. Sheep are bopping on the head. Rock-a-bye. Keep the music way up high. Rock-a-bye. Rock-a-bye, you off the bed, swirling in. Doesn't stand a chance, not for
Boy, nighty night.
play the music, play it loud. Rock-a-bye and roll-a-bye. Make your feet touch that. Make your feet touch that.
Do you know the table? That's how I train my memory. If your memory's bad because what happened to you?
Alibaba.
Once upon a time, there were 2 brothers in Alibaba. Although it might seem inherited everything, and the younger brother inherited. Scratched the back of his head and said to himself, "My older brother is give me a bite of halva or a sip of sherbet, so I need to come up with a plan. It took Alibaba wood in the forest, sell it at the market to buy myself a meat pie. So Alibaba went, picked up some sticks. Suddenly, he heard some whistling. I got scared and said, I must have made some local genies mad. Just some ordinary thieves. There were 15 treasure chests, and the captain of these scary pirates. Open, sesame! Everything started to shake like there was an earthquake. Opened up in the mountain. The cave very fast so no one could see them. Well, that's what Alibaba was the best, and he heard it all. So as soon as the Baba came out of the bushes and said, "Open, sesame!" And that's how he ended up in the... There were all sorts. In the first room, he found silver, precious stones. In the second room, he found bears on bags, humongous elephants, and even Alibaba played with the before going into the third room. And it was full of such beautiful clothes. The skirts of all length, teeth, and beautiful pink slippers on the top, and pretty beading on. Suddenly, the slippers raised him up in the air, and off he went flying. Alibaba shouted to the door, "Open!" Of the cave, as happy as he can be. With slippers like these, I'll carry the firewood to the market. Alibaba sold the firewood at the market. Cassim showed up. How did you manage to buy a meat pie? Oh, money. Alibaba had no choice but to tell his brother to the thieves and to write the magic words on a sheet. Forget the treasures. Only in his haste, he dropped the treasure in his bag. He caught his breath and said, "With these words, I will open you." Then Cassim didn't open. Then Cassim. Suddenly, the door opened up. "Why are you trying to break my door, oh impatient one?" Put on the top of hamburger buns. "Why is your memory so very poor? You must train it. You can tell them to me at bedtime, after you've told me every... Until then, oh greedy one, you'll stay here as my prisoner." Cassim had to stay in the cave. Say he was there for 1,000 days and one... That's what I'm telling you.
Film. It was just like, but who knows? Maybe we begin. Oh no, no. Film. If dreams could come the screen, make a and let the man hold your dream like a film. All can begin like a live and play game, like a cry and feel all the pain. Film wonder waves like a wonder waves.
No, don't even try to make me. And no, not because I'm lazy. It's just that, I'll tell you. Upon a time,
3 little pigs.
3 brothers came to live near the magic forest, and some were piglets. Their names were Boo Boo, Woohoo, and Oopsie Daisy. Brothers love to have fun. They would lie in the mud puddle bring the animals, or they for the rest. All day long was them. And the worst thing of all, but they always have them in the mud. The Pig brothers would come out riverbank by the fire, and no one around them could sing. Than the best, tra-la-la. Better than the rest, tra-la-la-la. They protested and complained, but nothing worked. They couldn't get the pigs to stop making. And autumn came to the magic forest. But the pigs were not afraid of summer. They had put so much they could barely get into their house. Squeezed through the door sideways. Really sad. To hibernate in their lairs. With these piggy concerts, it grew sadder and sadder, but it spilt milk. Gathered for an all-force meeting. How to make the pig brothers. Finally, the animals decided to scare the pig brothers away. The wolf's clothing and sent him off to scare away the pigs. Up to the pigs' houses. Looked out their window, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Again, the sheep again to them. Laughed so hard. At first, the animals were happy. At least they'd gotten rid of. But that was not the case. Boo Boo and Woohoo got out from and moved in with their Z. So the 3 stone house very by the window and sang their songs as loudly as ever. What may? Tra-la-la, tra-la-la, you can't scare the pigs away. Again, the forest meeting, and this is brothers had just got The sheep stuck her nose through the window. A cat jumped over the dog. On the cat's head. Oh, started to scream all at once. The cat said, "Cock-a-doodle-doo." The rooster said, "Woof." Please, you'd better back out of here with your band. The three little and they fled in different directions. No more troublemakers in the forest. That's what I'm telling you. You have next to you. And if you and play music, do it in special places called
TaDaBoom! Rain, rain, go. Rain, come again, another chance to play. Rain, rain, go away. Rain, go away, come again, another day. Go away. Yeah. Rain, come again, another day. Our hair. Rain, go away. Rain, rain, again, another day. Everybody wants to go away.
Today, I'm not going to tell you guys. Much better, all beard. It's so strange, I really have no... I mean, not mine, of course, but this man's beard. A man by the name of Bluebeard. He was singing a song he'd written just a few minutes before. Ta-da-ta-da-ta-da-da, ta-dam, ta-dam, ta. Thought Bluebeard, it for me to eat something. Bluebeard walked along, thinking he'd eaten breakfast and how lunch was far from being cooked. Suddenly, Bluebeard reached. In the clearing stood a small house. I'll paint it for you, right? Sunflowers all around the house. On the window shutters. If I am understanding, Beard, these carrots mean the rabbit. He's always happy to invite his guests to lunch. He went straight to the door and knocked. Knock, is anyone home? Or no one answered. Maybe everyone in there was asleep. Bluebeard knocked on the door again and again. He kicked the door with his window shutters opened. In the window appeared eyes were as blue as the sky. I also painted her hair blue. I don't know why I did that. Stop. You bet. Bluebeard got so excited when he sat down and started eating.
was it possible, she thought, to eat a whole cake and swallow it without even chewing it? Dish of jam, as if, and then lick your fingers one by. Ew! You have such bad. Mum. And then reaching for another piece of cake, cup of Coke, and it slowly took the shape of a hole. His fingers to draw a pretty thin. The girl with the blue hair did not appreciate taking, and she said through, "Naughty little boy, I have to lock you up in the dark basement." Had many rooms. Except for the dark basement, that is. That's what Bluebeard thought as he sat in the dark basement. Here forever and be hungry too. He looked around the basement for some food, and suddenly, fire. And there was something quite tasty cooking inside it. Put his hand under the lid. The oven, the fire, and the old canvas was hanging over. Surprised, Bluebeard decided to pull the door. The door was open, and Bluebeard saw that this closet was treasures. He rubbed his eyes and happily gobbled up a sandwich with peanut butter and jam. Said, "If not for that picture, I would have lost my poor beard. No, I mean my poor head." That's what I'm telling you. Lost, a true artistic masterpiece can help lift up. Hey, not what you think. I'm not greedy at all. I'm fine with sharing my candy. But Tailor, well, I'll tell you. In a land far, far away, he loved eating sweets like it would attract flies that came from all. Little Tailor did not chase off these insects, came to believe that they were free to do anything they got into the refrigerator and gobbled up all the puffs. Well, no. So the little Tailor grabbed the
and swung it at the flies with flies got up and left in a jiffy. Tailor put a chain around the fridge. Then he wrote a scary warning in the front of his t-shirt. In my prime, I'll fight 7 out of 10 to the bakery. And he bought him these cream puffs, and he headed home. Little Tailor was walking down the road. And boom! He met a giant. Looked surprised. What do you mean you'll fight 7 out of 10? He got very curious, so he said, contest to see who is mightier. If you a giant secret stronger, then you'll be in giant. The little Tailor was so surprised that he jumped to. You see how strong I am, said the giant. Now the little Tailor knew exactly what to do. He picked up the cream as it was a heavy rock. And came out and it hit the giant in the nose. The giant was shocked. For he could squeeze cream. He must really be the strongest of the human crop. So now the giant had to tell a gigantic secret. On a 100,000-year-old tree, if you climb high, hole in the trunk. This deep and dark hole stands a huge refrigerator is full of ice cream, cream puffs. There is someone who guards this huge as a bicycle wheels, and he is on the lookout for those sweets. But don't be afraid of the dog, said the giant to the. Place him in my apron. And bravely open the refrigerator and your heart desires. The little be able to eat sweets and not even pay for them. And so he found the hole and it was just like the giant had said. And there was a dog with big eyes. Anything, he ended up on the watched through tears, and the little Tailor went through his tail. Tailor acted like there was no refrigerator, and all the dog could hear were crunching, munching noises. The sweets. He didn't even leave a single crumb. He slammed the refrigerator door and went to get through. He realized his full belly was gotten so fat that he was stuck in the hole. And everyone laughed at him. That's what I'm telling you.
The Itsy Bitsy Spider. Out came the sun and dried up all the rain. Spider climbed up the spout of Itsy Bitsy Spider climbed up the water spout. Down came the rain. Out came the sun. Rain, the Itsy Bitsy again. washed the spider out and dried up all the rain. The itsy bitsy
Here's some advice, my dear. Nevertheless, you have to be very nice to each other. Very valuable advice. So I'm
Golden Cockerel.
once upon a time. All he had was an old house with a cabbage patch in the garden, and of course, a golden rooster. So cute and so pretty that you couldn't take your eyes off him. Oh, he was friendly with everyone. The village liked to come and visit. Together they sang and they danced. The old man's heart filled with joy. Couldn't be happier. And their life and every day she grew more. One day he decided to scare the kids away. The old man out of his house. Vegetable garden. The next time the kids came to visit the old man and play, knock up on them very stealthily, and then all of a sudden she bleated in a little kids, beware! This goat has come out of her lair. Your disturb my sweet dreams. The little kids got very scared. Instead, they ran away. The golden rooster hid in the old man's house and screamed, "Game's over! Don't touch me, scary goat! I'm safe in here!" But the goat was sneaky. She came over to the window. "Dear, your mommy's here. Tra-la-la." The goat came over to the window and said to the rooster, "Please come over here. They say you're cute. Hurry now, don't be slow. Look, I brought you a potato." It so happens the rooster Bluebeard looked out the window and asked, "What kind of potato is it? Is it crunchy with melted?" Grabbed him and ran into the forest. Him to the wild animals, but the rooster was fighting and crying. Lifted from the chicken coop. "Old man, help! Help me, please!" Near death, he lay in his bed. But abandoned the rooster in the woods. Eat her. Then she went back to kick the old man out of his own house. "I'm a goat who likes to gloat. My white fur is nice and woolly. So get ready to be torn." The old man got so headed for the woods. He was walking. He saw a pack of wild animals. Closed his eyes. All over. And then the old man heard the rooster say, "Don't be afraid. I taught them to sing and dance. Let's go to the village." When the goat saw the wild animal, her cabbage. "Oh my," thought the frightened goat. "This will be the end. But horns and hooves." And said, "Listen, birds should never fight. They should together. How about from now on, he'll give you his cabbage." and thought some more, and then she looked at the wild animals. What's wrong with me? It is better to that way. There's more milk, and everyone is happier. Horns or wild animals.
There. Teddy bear, turn up. Bear, teddy bear, touch. Teddy bear, teddy bear. Teddy bear, touch. Teddy bear, teddy bear. Teddy bear, teddy bear prayers. Teddy bear, turn off the light. Bear, say good night. Teddy bear, turn up. Bear, teddy bear, touch. Teddy bear, jump up high. Teddy bear, touch. Teddy bear, teddy bear. Teddy bear, say your bear, teddy bear, teddy bear, teddy bear.
Listen, I have to leave you now, my darling toy friends. I'll be back by lunchtime. What? Be nice to each other and don't open the doors. Very scary will happen to you. And you, like the 7 young kids from a fairy tale, I'll tell you their scary story. Once upon a time, Big Bad Wolf was living next to the 7 to their mother, and the wolf listened. Mother, some milk. No, not. She had to go to the store to buy something. Maybe it was cabbage. Mother Goat told her 7 young inside and be quiet and don't open, even if they say it's the police or that it's the maid. Open the door only if you hear the following song. Listen to me, sweetie, open. No, that's wrong. Listen, sweeties, little kitties, I don't ask. Mother is back with some milk. She went to get some cabbage. Cabbage! Listen. I don't ask anymore. Then you open the door. Mother. There. Big Bad Wolf listened at the door, and Wolf was a real baddie. It's door. So as soon as Mother Goat left, Big started to pound the door, and he. I don't ask any. The door. Mother is back with cabbage and. He pretended to be their mother. So then the 7 young kids spoke. Hey, you're not our mother. Our mother left to get some cabbage. And Wolf really wanted to gobble up the And this is what he came up with. He went to make his voice really high. Their goat. So the blacksmith took out a huge sledgehammer to make Big Bad Wolf whiny. So now Big as well as a goat. So he and started singing. These little kitties, I don't ask anymore. Then you open the milk. No, with cat. The silly seven started screaming, Mommy, Mommy. Only the seventh up all the 6 little kids. One time, he kept looking around and searching for the 7th little anywhere. Then he heard someone. Ah, he screamed. That's where you hid. Just you wait a second. It's you too. Very high and very scary. His teeth shattering away. But he still. That's when Big Bad Wolf decided to down the oven. He huffed out of the oven. He huffed and puffed the chimney. Then Big Bad Wolf ran in and huffed and hard that he got all red. Huffing and puffing, but the oven felt nothing. It was kind of like an elevator. He couldn't huff and puff. It was made of bricks. Thought, I'll get to the tiny kid through the chimney. Started climbing up to the roof. With a full belly, he fell down twice. His knees were scraped. But he still crawled up there. Well, he got in, his belly full of the young kids. Got all the young kids out of his belly, put them down on the roof and said, Don't make come back and eat you. To the littlest kid, eat him, and come back up. And Big Bad barely making it, and he got all dirty. Someone down there trying to let him in the oven to cook the cabbage. While Big Bad Wolf was going through the chimney, she had time to cut up her song to get her young kids down from the roof and to tell the little oven. Then and he started screaming, It hurts! And ran into the forest to nurse his wounded tail. I couldn't understand how Big Bad Wolf had. Oops, I forgot all. If you want to eat cabbage again, strangers.
Twinkle, little star.
Twinkle, little star, I wonder above so high, like a diamond eye, twinkle, little star, how I wonder you are. how what you are up above so high, and in the sky twinkle little star, how I want you are.
Today, I'll tell you a fairy tale. The right choice. So listen. The fox was running through the forest. She didn't watch her steps, so she tripped over a roll of this, dropping rolling pins on the road. That is what the fox. The fox looked around, but she saw. If no one will climb this rope, the sly fox sneered, whisked her to the village. House on the road. Inside, and the rooster was sitting on the window, singing a song. Crooning, she felt really hungry, so she went. Oh, what a pretty voice you have! I recognized it right away. And you have the beak of an eagle. The fox said he was so fleshy he could barely even breathe. He felt like... The cat stopped jumping and then looked at the window and said, "Go away, sly fox, why you can do?" So the fox said, "Oh, dear me, where shall I go now? I used to have, but when spring came, can you let me stay with?" No, there's barely a cat to the fox, but the fox, "I'll sleep on the bench and tuck my tail under it. I'll put my rolling pin under the oven." Under the oven? Then fine, you can it until the cat and the rooster were asleep, and carefully got up from the rolling pin from under the oven and hid it in a different secret. Started screaming, "Oh, pin! What will I do? I want, but you have to give me the rolling pin." The cat furrowed. "I can't give you my rooster if you want." "Fine, I'll take this jump rope." The fox with the rolling pin, now I'll be the fox with the jump rope. That's what she said, but this is what she thought. "I'll get that rooster. You'll spend all day playing and jumping rope." Busted. Again, she has to spend. "And I won't take up much space. I'll sleep on the bench and tuck my tail under it, and I'll put my jump rope under the." To let her in. At night, and hid it in a different secret. Oh, what? Say what? You have to give me your rooster in exchange for. Side and told the fox. Say, but please, my rooster. I'll say sack, and you can. Cat said, tearing up. The fox went outside and said, "This is so unnecessary. Melodramatic anyway. Why is it taking so long?" Attacked in the windowsill, and something was moving inside. Started running away with it. "Dear, the time has come for you, and then I will eat you." The sack, and it turned out the cat was in it instead, threatening the fox. box with the rolling pin, and he ran after her. So that's what I'm telling you. You get what you get, and don't be upset. A rolling pin that could come in very handy and get a cat in.
Row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 a dream. Row, row, row your boat gently. Life is but a dream. Your boat gently. Merrily, 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 life. Life is but a dream.
Wondering why? Because I don't want to end up in a situation like this when Caliph. Listen to this.
Caliph.
Was this Caliph, the ruler of Baghdad? He sat by the window all the time and thinking, I am Caliph, I am the ruler of my country, and yet I cannot understand what sad and unhappy that he started crying his eyes. All sorts of doctors tried to help Caliph, but no. And then one day, short, but his nose was very long. He had donkey's ears, and there was, oh, Caliph, I know exactly. Eat this fruit, do a somersault, and then shout out, Matador. What's the foreign word that we were supposed to say? Oh, somersault, and then shout very loud. You'll be able to turn into any animal, bird, or fish you want. Understand what the animals are talking about. But remember, if you laugh, and you won't be able to turn. Caliph ate the grape, did a somersault, and then shouted, Mutabor! Himself. His head was small, and he had a little tail too, like the fun house mirror. Caliph couldn't help it, and of course, he forgot all about Caliph's Stork, clipped his beak, and did some somersaults into a human again. Then grown and told Caliph, that's the end of you, my little birdie. Now, that's when Caliph Stork realized that the little man had tricked him again, even worse than before. Little man told Caliph, I will grant you 1 hour. If in that time you will turn back into human again, how will I be able to find out? Over to Caliph and whispered into his ear, I'm going to tell you the name of turn. You have to marry me. Unbelievable. A stork can't marry a parrot. Could do. And that's when what I tell you very carefully. Again, the little guy
really the evil wizard. A person into a wild animal is his name, Rumpelstiltskin. Caliph Stork heard this. He ran. The wizard was sitting on the throne, kicking up his feet. The Hey, you Get off my throne! The evil wizard got so angry that he After the evil wizard had exploded, the evil and Caliph Stork turned back to human again. He looked at the parrot and he couldn't believe his been there a second ago. Beautiful Princess Jasmine was her, and right after the wedding, he went to school and started to study to an animal ever again. When you know foreign languages, they can help you out. Once
upon an old time, there was the cat. The fortress wall was hard to climb. As its legends still live in those woods and play the song about the brave man Robin Hood that always comes to help them all. The King Arthur and Alibaba. There were battles. Alas, those days are knights would fight and shout, get off. Old battlefields became green lawns where people come to play some golf. Come running fast to graze the meadow. The smoke is nice, but not when dark. They bang and dongs all over Thames that's flow in a famous red bone box. Keeps says goodbye. Go foggy park you from the room. Then have some tea with. It's 5 o'clock. You see honest gentlemen, the same sense in people that live over here. Traditions from times of Shakespeare.
Like that, huh? You can find a Once upon a time, there lived an old man and an old woman. And no grandchildren. Sit on the porch all alone. One day, the old man and said, "You know what, old man? Our life is really to think about getting yourself some kind of pet." But a pet, said the old man, who started to. But the old woman kept whining like a little baby. I want. And when the old woman asked for a little and started thinking that then the old man came up with an idea that seemed really great.
to the barn, did some, and gathered up a whole bunch. The old man made a bull calf out of the straw, and to make it with tar. The old woman was so happy that her wish and left him there to graze. Was standing in the meadow, and all around him the birds were chirping. Then he saw the bull calf and said, "Good morning, how do you do?" Because he was made out of straw. He repeated, "Good morning." Didn't say anything. The bear roared, "He's so rude to me. You would have said good morning." But once again, the bull calf said no. "You a lesson," roared the bear. The bull calf on the side that was cut. And you guessed it, the bear's paw. His paw, but the bull calf. "Hey, let me go," roared the bear. Or else, and using his other paw, he smacked the bull. Now both his paws were stuck at the top of his lungs. "Please let me go. Pretty please." When the old man, he immediately ran to the meadow and said, "Hey, you stony gooseberry!" "Please, old man," begged the bear. "Anything you want. I'll do anything for you. But please, any gooseberry bushes blew me from this bull calf. But don't you dare fight." For his freedom, the bear brought the old couple never had so much in all their poor lives. And was grazing in the meadow, the wolf got stuck to him. Wolf, and he brought the old fox got stuck in the bull calf. The bull got some geese and a few chickens. Even the rabbit got. The old man freed the rabbit, and the rabbit brought the old couple a. The old man and the old woman carrots, and they couldn't have been. The bull calf. He proved to be very useful. So their fairy tale was a very telling you every little use for it can be very valuable to you.
Down mission. It soars in. They're interstellar. They say it never happened. Then now it's time to plan it. We become the first one. The children. We will be the to show the world who we are. A gift from the sky, a shiny and bright little star. To our friends, a great gift from the sky, a shiny and we will be the heroes of space. Show the world who we are. Friends, a great gift from the sky, a shiny and bright. We'll bring to our friends a great shiny and bright little star.
An apple pie like that. Instead of looking at fairy tale. Once upon a time, there was a king who had a kingdom, a farm, and all sorts of tools.
Go I know not whither.
But this rural constantly asked for impossible things like flowers in the winter or a rocket. Kitchen sat at the table. Peasants! So they went to the peasant, who was really pleasant. Right after finishing his lunch, this peasant picked up his gun looking for game to shoot. He saw a birdhouse. A bird was sitting on a branch. A bird in the hand is worth two in the. He got his shotgun ready. Just as he was about to shoot, the bird it flew on and then said in a human. Be nice to me, please. I'm not an ordinary bird. Life, I will be a trusty wife. The peasant. The bird flew up on the air and turned into a beautiful. It got really sad. What am I? King a pleasant girl instead of a. And the beautiful girl told him, "Don't you fear, I'll cook for you, king, a royal chicken." The meal was simply ideal. Delicious. The peasant said, "Oh, it was my wife. She's really something else." The king saw her. Couldn't believe the wife of a peasant had cooked a chicken fit for a king. Himself. So the king said to the peasant, "Listen to my something or other, big or small or short or long. Something unusual." According to the king's decree, the peasant barrel he had to hop, and then they down in the barrel. He was sent to sea in peril. The on the high seas for quite a long time. As he rocked to and fro, the sneaky king walked up and proposed, but the wife turned him down. And phew, flew away. standing there, alone, all alone. In the meantime, and out came the peasant. He landed on a desert island, marooned and surrounded. On this island, the peasant garden with rows and rows of kids brimming with magic apples. And our life, thought the peasant. Stripy green balls. I've never seen anything like this. The balls thunderstruck. The scary voice of from the sky. Why did the peasant got really scared and said, I didn't want to. I was just following the king's orders. Boomed the voice from above. I have to answer for this. Thunderbolts roared. Suddenly, the peasant saw the king. And the scary voice from above. You are really unpleasant. I have to stand watch and protect my vegetable from any further monkey business. We're very pleasant. I'll turn you into an eagle in the sky. So to live happily ever after under anyone. I say exactly the same thing. Pie. Invite your friends and be nice.
He's hiding behind a great cloud. All the birdies, music sound and loud. How to play. Duns don't hear each other. They want more money. Sisters and brothers, all made of notes. 8 notes from A to G. Nice friends who can be nice to each other and always agree. Notes A to G. Just friends who can be to each other and will sing notes A to G.
Oh, you are judging me like a book by the coveralls. Can have a very beautiful soul. A fairy tale about that.
Cinderella.
Who lived in the kingdom of far, far away. She really Alice. The problem was that she never had the time. Her stepmother made her do all the chores around the house. All work and no play. It's all because of these horrible. Cinderella did all the laundry. She washed. And every day she cleaned the fire. By the way, that's ashes. In the meantime, another ball at the not just any ball. He invited everyone. He said there would be an all-you-can-eat buffet and that there would be dancing all night long. Cinderella she became very sad. That's because and it was very dirty. Wear to the fancy ball of the royal. Suddenly, the good witch showed up and said, I'm going to turn your old tattered house dress into the most fashionable one of the season. But there's one thing. When the clock at the palace strikes midnight, you must. Beautiful ball gown will turn back into a house dress. Cinderella was so happy as she checked out her reflection. Came the evil stepmother. Why do you think you're going all dressed up? It's in the house that need to be cracked, so get to work right now. Dad, to crack that and break all your teeth doing. Then the good witch. Something that looked like a wooden Pinocchio with a nose this long, this wide, and this. And who could this? Cinderella? He is not a weird nut. He is a nutcracker, replied the good witch. Look how well he can crack the nuts. Crack, crack. It's all done. Take him with her to the ball. Cinderella was walking. She saw the king. Oh, your majesty, said Cinderella. Why are you so sad? The king sighed heavily and told her, how could I not be sad? But then the rats showed up. And the nutcracker stood up and said in a very human voice, don't you cry, your majesty. I will come to your rescue. He started to play his nose like an elephant playing in such good music that the king started. As soon as the rats heard the sounds of the trombone, power simply disappeared, and the king took the broom. Palace. Everyone was so happy. Then Cinderella gave the nutcracker a big kiss right on his long nose. Suddenly, everywhere, and the nutcracker started to transform into the prince. And when his transformation, till now I was under a spell, and now, my dear Cinderella, I am offer you my hand, my heart, and also these pretty glass slippers. Palace began to strike midnight. Cinderella got scared that the prince would stop loving her. Dress. But the prince, because his love for Cinderella. That's what I keep telling you. You may judge someone by their coveralls at first, but you fall in love.
Hush now. Make sure you keep tucked in tight. By your bed the wolfie hides. And 4 and 3, 2, 1. Long rock-a-bye, bye-bye. Way up high.
Bye-bye, bye-bye.
Rock-a-bye. Move your light. You'll be dancing and Humpty Dump. Wolfie's bopping to the bump. Sheep are bump music way up high. Rock-a-bye and roll-a-bye. Bye, you sleepyhead. My whirling in a dizzy dance. Not for grown-ups, not for types.
Rockin' boy, 99.
Play the music, play. Rock-a-bye. Make your feet jump shut. Make your feet jump shut. Your eyes.
Multiplication table? That's how I train my memory. If your memory is bad because it was trained properly, the following may happen to you. Once upon a time, there were 2 brothers in the Middle East, Qasim and Alibaba. Although The older brother inherited everything, the mill, the donkey, and inherited nothing at all. Alibaba scratched the back of his head. The older brother is rich, but he will never give me a bite of garbage, so I need to come up with a plan. It took one day, he got a really cheap firewood in the forest, so I used the money to buy myself. Baba went to the forest, walked sticks. Suddenly, he heard some whistling and strange stomping noise. I must have made some local genies mad, but these were no ordinary thieves. There were 15 of them. They were, and the captain of these, the chief of these scary thieves, barked out, "Open!" Shake like there was an earthquake. The cave opened up in the mountain. The thieves carried the treasure. Well, that's what they thought, but no one could. The reason that Alibaba was the soda, and he. As soon as the thieves left the cave, Alibaba came out of the. Open sesame! And that in the first room. In the second room, he found all kinds of toys. Dolls with humongous elephants. Alibaba played before going into the full of such beautiful clothes. There were ball gowns, t-shirts with sparkling slippers. They had such pretty beading all around. Alibaba decided to try on these slippers. Suddenly, the slippers raised. He went flying. Open, sesame! He flew out of the cave, as happy as he can be. With slippers like these, I'll carry the firewood to the market in no time. Alibaba sold the firewood. His brother Cassim showed up. How did you manage to buy a meat pie? Oh, lucky one. How did forest on the secret treasure cave he'd found, and to write the magic words on a sheet for his brother, ran up the secret door and saw me, and he went in right away to get the treasures. Dropped the sheet. He put so many. He caught his boo. With these words, I will open you. Then the door still didn't open. Then suddenly the door opened. To break my door, oh impatient. The seeds they put on the top of hamburger buns. That's what Cassim told. Very poor, asked the chief of this book of fairy tales to memorize, so you can tell them to me. Told me every one of them. You can. Greedy one, you'll stay here as my prisoner. So, because of his cave, I'm not sure for how long. They say he was there for 1,000 days and 1,001 nights. If you train your memory.
Like a film, it's like a film, but who knows? Maybe we to begin. a show over a laughing your way like a film. Like a film, if dreams could lying down the sky, make a wish and let them hold on to your nugget. Like a film, gaze cry and feel love the like a film, wonder when like a film, wonder.
No, don't. I won't play these music. I'm lazy. It's just... I'll tell you a fairy tale.
3 little pigs.
3 brothers in some faraway land, and they were Boo Boo, Woohoo, and Oopsie Daisy. The fun, just like any other piggy. Or scaring the animals, or they would eat the acorns and leave nothing for the rest. First, all day long was them running, squealing, and the thing of all was that these pigs, a guitar, a drum, and a big they call it, but they always have. Anyway, as soon as the moon came out, the Pig brothers sit on the riverbank by the fire and hold their concert very loudly, and no one around them. Pigs are the greatest and the best. La 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 la. The animals caught the and complained, but to stop making noise. Then saw magic forest. Not afraid of the cold. Put so much bacon on their back to their houses. They sideways. So the animals in the winter was coming. They had to hibernate in their. How could they sleep with these piggy The animals grew sadder and sadder. After that meeting, and they started Pig brothers move out. They argued, they shouted. Away. They dressed the sheep into the wolf's clothing, scare away the pigs. So they and bleated. The pig brothers looked out their window, and they couldn't believe their eyes. But the that two of their at first the animals had gotten rid of two of the pig brothers. Boo Boo and Woohoo got out from underneath their broken with their brother Ook. So the three little pigs lived in a very comfortable. Their songs as loudly as ever. We are so the pigs away, sha la 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 la. Another all-forest meeting. One early morning, after another concert, when the pig brothers, all the animals went over to the pigs' nose through the window. A cat jumped over, landed on the cat's head. All the animals. The dog said, meow. The cat said, cock. Back out of here with your band. The three little pigs got so scared that they ran around the different directions. There were no more troublemakers. Quiet. That's what I'm telling you. Who lived next to you? Dance and play music? Do it in special places called music halls.
TaDaBoom! Rain, rain, go away, come again and Masha wants to play. Rain, rain, go away. Rain, rain, go away, come again another wants to play. Rain, rain, go away. Away, come again another day. Our hair wants to play. Wait. Rain, come again another. He wants to play. Rain, rain, go away.
Today, I'm not going to No, I'll do much better. I'll paint it. A long... Nothing weird, but his... I really have no clue why I painted my beard. Mine, of course, but this man's beard. One morning, a man by the name of Bluebeard was walking in the... a song he'd written just a few minutes before. Ta-da, ta-dum, dum. It really is time. Time for me to eat something. And so Bluebeard walked along. He'd already eaten breakfast and Suddenly, Bluebeard reached a clearing in the forest. In the clearing stood a for you right now house, and there were carrots. If I am understanding this correctly, belongs to the rabbit. And wasted no time. He went straight to the knock knock. Is anyone open the door? No one. And there was asleep. Bluebeard knocked on the and again. His fist. He kicked. Finally, the window shutters opened. Appeared a very pretty girl whose eyes were as blue. For some reason, I also painted her hair. Stop knocking on my door, said the girl. Some cocoa. Decided when he saw the food that he and started eating. Really surprised when she saw. Well, she thought to eat a whole cake in one go and or stick your as if that wasn't bad enough, and then lick your fingers. Ew, you girl. And then reaching for another piece of cake, she to appear on the white linen tablecloth, and it slowly took the shape of a horse. Then Bluebeard used his fingers to draw a. I did not appreciate this kind of artistic. Said through tears, "You behave. You have to be punished right now." Up in the dark basement. The girl lived in had many rooms, and you could go into any room except for the dark. Well, I'm in deep trouble. That's what Blue basement. Looks like I will have to stay here forever and be hungry. Basement for some food and set the burning fire. Hanging above the fire with a Bluebeard tried to put his hand under the lid, but as it painted on an old canvas. This old secret door was open and was chock full of eyes in disbelief. As Bluebeard happily gobbled up a sand, thought about what had happened and said, "If my poor beard, no, I mean my you, when you're feeling like all is lost, lift up your spirit." Hey, diddle, diddle.
Jumped over them. The little dog, Stork and the dish. sport and addition.
I'm not greedy at all. I'm fine with sharing my candy. To the little tailor, well,
Little Tailor.
in a land tailor. He loved eating sweets, came to believe that they were free to do. One night, they got into the refrigerator and gobbled up these cream puffs. Much suffering, so the little tailor grabbed the towel that was on the table. And these flies got up and left in a jiffy. The fridge and locked it. And then he wrote a scary t-shirt. I am a strong man in my prime. I'll fight. Then he went to the bakery and he bought himself some fresh chocolate. And he headed home in a great mood. The little tailor was walking pastry. Then, boom! He met a giant. It was written on the little tailor's t-shirt. What do you mean you'll fight the little tailor? If you are so brave, who is mightier? To tell you a giant secret. Turn out to be stronger, then you'll be. The giant looked around and found it. He picked it up and broke it. The little tailor was so surprised that you see. Now it's your turn. He knew exactly what to do. He picked up the cream puff. He dropped a heavy rock and squeezed it so hard. Giant in the nose. The giant met a human before he could squeeze. He'd be the strongest man ever. So now the giant had to tell the little tailor very. On a high mountain there grows a old tree. If you will find a dew. And at the very bottom of this deep and huge refrigerator full of ice cream and cookies. Guards this treasure, a dog with and he is on the look. Come and eat those sweets right away. You refrigerator and eat all the taste. The little tailor was so happy, not even pay for them. Tree. He found the giant had said there was a refrigerator and there was a chance to do anything. He ended up on the apron. And the little tailor went through his. And the little tailor acted like there was no tomorrow. He could hear were crunching, munching noises. The little tailor didn't even leave a single crumb. Looking, the door went out the hole. The full belly was in the way. He couldn't get out or home. So there he was, thinking
laughed at him until he lost all that weight. That's what I'm telling you. It's not healthy to eat that. Things will make you.
The Itsy Bitsy Spider. The Itsy Bitsy Spider. Down came the rain and washed the spider. Saw the rain. The Itsy Bitsy Spider climbed up. The Itsy Bitsy Spider climbed up the water. The rain and washed the spider out. Out came all the rain. The Itsy the spout again. Spider climbed up the water in the rain and washed the spider out.
Here's some advice. You have to live in peace and always be very nice to each other. Remember, this very valuable advice. Fairy tale. An old man. All he had was an old house with a cabbage patch in the garden. It was so nice, so cute, and so eyes off of it. But most importantly of all, he was friendly with them. From all over the village liked to come. Everyone wanted to play with the rooster and dance. The old man's heart. He couldn't be happier, and their life was really pretty. The girl having fun, and every jealous. And decided to scare the kids away, steal the rooster half, and eat all the cabbage of the vegetable garden. The next time the kids came to visit the old man, the goat snuck up on them. And then all of a sudden, she bleated in a very scary voice. "Oh, you little kids, beware! Your playful noises and loud screams. I will gore you! I will gore you!" Very scared. They couldn't stay and play. The golden rooster hid in the old man. "Over! Don't touch me, scary goat! I'm safe in here!" But the goat was sneaky. She came over to your mommy's here. Tra-la-la, tra-la-la. Over to the window and said to the rooster, "Here, please come over here. They say you're cute and pretty, and also you a potato. It so happens with melted cheese and bacon." The goat grabbed him and ran into feed him to the wild animals, fighting and crying out, "I'm me to the woods, lifted from the chicken. Dear old man, help me! Save! Please!" The poor on his bed and didn't hear anything in the woods and fled before the wild animals could eat her. Then she She rammed his door with her horns. I'm a goat who likes nice and woolly. So get ready to be torn. I will gore you with... The old man got so scared, he ran out of his... He was walking along crying. Wild animals running towards him. Oh, this is the end of me. It's all over. And then... Say... I'd like you to meet my new friend. Taught them to sing and dance. We will fight this goat villain. When the goat saw the wild animals, she almost... Goats? This will be the end of me. There will be... But then the golden rooster walked up to her and said... They should be friendly towards one another. You give the old man your milk, and in return, he'll give you his cabbage. The goat thought about it, and then she looked at the wild. What is wrong with me? That way, there's go around, and everyone is happy. I'm telling you, you should all to you, even if your neighbors are goats with sharp and pointy.
Teddy bear, teddy bear, teddy bear, teddy bear, up high, teddy, touch the sky, teddy bear, teddy, stay off the light, teddy bear. Teddy bear and around, bear touch the ground. Teddy bear jump up high, teddy touch the sky. Teddy bear go upstairs, teddy bear say. Turn off the light. Teddy bear say good night.
Listen, I have to leave you now, my darling toy friends. I'll be back by lunchtime. While I'm out, please don't miss open the doors for strangers. Then nothing very scary will happen to you. Bad situation, like the 7 young kids. Scary story.
The Wolf and the
One a time, Big Bad Wolf was living next to the 7 young kids. The kids listened to their mother, and the wolf. That's why he grew to be an So then one day, the mother of the kitties went to the store to buy. Before going to the store, Mother Goat told her 7 young kids, and don't open the door for anyone. The police. Or that you can open the door only if you... Little kitties, listen No, that's wrong. Here's the right one. Kitties, little kitties. I don't ask anymore. Then you open the door. Mother is back with. She went to get some cabbage. You need to sing this. I don't ask anymore. Mother is back with cabbage. There, Big Bad Wolf listened at. Big Bad Wolf was a real baddie. It's really not nice to ran up and started to pound the. Listen, Mother is back with. He pretended to a motor. So then the 7 Wolf, go away! You're not our mother. And they didn't open the door to gobble up the 7 young kids. And this is. He went to the blacksmith and asked really high, as high as the. So the blacksmith took out. He used that sledgehammer to make really high and whiny. It's a goat. To the house with the 7 young kids and started singing. Listen! I don't ask anymore. Then you open the door. The silly 7 young kids got so happy they started screaming, Mommy! Mommy came back! And then they. 7th little kid, the small thing was not right, and he hid in the oven. Big gobbled up all the 6 little kids one by one, and he swallowing them. And the entire time he kept looking at the 7th little kid, but he couldn't see him anywhere. Then you hid from me. Just you wait. I will get you too. The voice was very high and very with rage, his teeth. But he still couldn't reach the little kid. That's when Big Bad puffing to break down the oven. To come out of the oven. He huffed and puffed again, and the wind made. Big Bad Wolf ran out of the house. Huffed and puffed hard. In fact, he huffed and puffed. All right. Big Bad Wolf was huffing and puffing, but the oven like an elephant bitten by a small mosquito. He couldn't. The oven was made of bricks. Then Big to the tiny kid through the and he started climbing up to the roof. It wasn't easy to. He fell down twice. His knees were scraped, his fur covered with burrs. Well, he got up there all right, but the young kids got in his way. His belly put them down on the roof and said, "Cave, I'll come back and eat you. I'll get to the littlest kid, eat him, and come back all up again." The chimney barely made dirty from soot. Then he heard someone down there. The goat, she'd come back home and start. While Big Bad Wolf was going through the chimney from the roof and then Mother Goat started the screaming, "What are you doing to me? It hurts!" Out of the chimney and ran into the forest. Mother Goat was surprised because she couldn't understand how big. Then the 7 young. And that's the story of what happened. I forgot all about the time. Now Again, don't open the door to dangerous strangers.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star.
Twinkle, twinkle, little, how I wonder are up the world so high, like a the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, star, how I what you are. Twinkly, how I wonder are up above the world, like a dove in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, star, how I what you are.
She didn't watch her step, so she...
And the rolling pin.
Oh my goodness! Rolling pins on the road. That as she rubbed her bruised side. But she saw no one. This rolling pin, I'll keep it for anything. I used to be an orphan with the rolling pin. Whisked her tail and went straight to the nearby village. The cat and the rooster lived in the... Inside the house, a cat was sitting on the window. Heard the rooster's crooning. She felt really hungry, so she went over to the window and said, "What voice you have! What talent! Such pretty feathers of an eagle." When the rooster, he could barely even breathe. He felt lightheaded and very... Jumping rope. Put the rope, said, "Go away, you sly." So the fox decided to deceive him. "Oh, dear me, where shall I go now?" And sparkly, but when spring away, "Can you let me one night?" "No, no, no." "Here," said the cat to the fox. "I'll sleep on the bench. I'll put my rolling pin under. Fine, you can stay over." The sly fox waited until the cat and the rooster really got up from the bench, the oven, and hid it in the morning. The fox started screaming, "What will I do without it? So you have to give me a rooster in exchange for my rolling pin." "No, fox, I can't give you my rooster. If you want, you can have my jump rope." "The fox said, "It used to
fox with the jump rope. Is what she thought. Just again. Let me in. I won't take up my and tuck my tail under it, and I'll put my choice, but to let her in under the oven and hid it in a different. And in the morning, the fox. Oh, you stole my favorite jump rope! About it. But you have to give me your rooster. The cat sighed and told the fox, "Fine, well, please wait outside while I'll say goodbye, then I'll put my..." The cat said, tearing up, "This is so unnecessary to be so melodramatic anyway." So long, the fox looked at the window sill, and something was moving and started running away with it. Just caught her breath inside. Song, and then I will. The fox untied the sack, and it turned out dead. It jumped out of the rolling pin, and he ran after her. You get what you get, and don't be upset, or you might end up come in very handy and get.
Your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, merrily, life is. Row, row, gently down the stream. Merrily, merrily, life is but a dream. Life is. Row, row, gently down. Life is but.
Wondering why I decided to study for end up in a situation like this one Caliph from a fairy tale.
Caliph Stork.
A long time of Baghdad. He never studied anything. He just sat by the window all little birdies and thinking. Ruler of my land, I can do understand what these little birdies are chirping about. Caliph became. Then he started crying. Baby, all sorts of. And they tried to help Caliph again. And then one showed up at the palace. His ears and stuck out under his turban. His shoulder. "Oh, Caliph," said the little man. "I know again. Eat this fruit and shout very loudly. Matador!" No, not matador. What's the foreign word that we were supposed to say? Do a somersault and then then you'll be able to turn into any animal, bird, or to your transformation you'll be talking about. But remember,
much more, and you won't be. Caliph ate the grape right away. Shouted, "Mutabo!" Stork, and boom! The mirror. He had a beak instead of his head was small. His legs were tail too. Caliph couldn't help it and started laughing so all about the outlandish like that. Caliph's Stork clipped his beak and did so. It turned back and Birdie, now I will be ruler of Turban. Now, that's when Caliph Stork realized that the little man into tears again. Even worse, crying, the little man told Caliph, I will grant you 1 hour. If in that time you can find out my human again. Caliph felt really lost. How will I be able? The parrot flew over to Caliph and whispered and tell you the name of the little man. Marry me. Oh no, this is simply A stork can't marry a parrot. Nothing he could do. And listen to what I tell you very to laugh again. Is really the evil wizard, illiterate person into what? This is his name. As soon as Caliph Stork heard this, he rushed over to the evil wizard. The evil wizard was sitting on the throne, kicking up his feet. You rumple snout skin, get off my throne! The evil wizard got really annoyed. How did you find my name? That he exploded into pieces. After the evil wizard had exploded, the evil spell was broken. He looked at the parrot and he couldn't believe his eyes. The parrot that had been there a second ago was standing before him. He married her, and right after the wedding, he went to school and started to study. So he again. That's what I'm telling you. In languages, they can help situations.
Once upon an old the castle on the hill, the forts to climb, the castle has its land. People still live in the new that Because over here, they are of Shakespeare.
You're looking at me like that, huh? You wait. I know a fairy tale about that.
A bull calf.
Once upon a time, old woman. They were very poor. Grandchildren. All day long, they would sit on the porch all alone. One day, the old woman turned to the old man and said, "You know what, old man? Our life is really terribly boring. What do you think about getting... I want a pet doggy." As for little turtle, the old man got worried and started thinking up with an idea that seemed and went to the barn, did some sweeping around the corner, whole bunch of straw. Bull calf out of the straw. He coated it with tar. Her wish had come true that she took the straw bull calf to graze. The straw bull. Above him, the sun was. The birds were chirping. Along, he saw the bull calf. You do. The bull calf. Surprised that he repeated, "Good morning." The bear became very angry. "Why, man? To me, if you were well behaved. Good morning back to me." Calf said nothing. "I," roared the bear, and he that was covered in tar. And you guessed it, the tar. The bear. "Hey, let me go," roared the bear, "or else." Tar. Now both his paws were stuck. Screamed at the top of his lungs. "Bull calf, please let me go. Please. Please." When the got there, he immediately ran to. "Hey, you bear, how dare you? I'm going to grab you, and I'm going to throw you, into these thorny..." begged the bear. "I'll do anything for you." The thorny gooseberry. "Please unglue me from this bull calf." The old man, "But don't you..." And in return for his freedom, the bear brought the old man a great gift. The old couple never had so much in all their poor lives. The bull calf was a herd of sheep. The next bull calf, and so a few chickens. Even the old man freed the rat couple a whole bag of juicy carrots. The old man on the old eating carrots, and the bull calf. The bull calf was not real, and yet he proved to be very useful. So their fairy tale was a very happy ending. And that's what I'm telling you. And all the proper use for it to you.
And set a rocket to the countdown. Blast off. The kids from all big cities and every tiny town go exploring space. We are going to walk discovery worlds near. Bring to our friends a great tip. Be a bright little star. We'll bring to our so shiny and bright. The kids imagine is bigger than our planet. It soars into fulfilling interstellar dreams. They say it. Then now it's time to plan it. We will be the heroes of space. All the world's where we are. Friends, a great gift from the sky. Little star. We'll bring to our friends a great, shiny and bright little star. We will be the heroes to show the world how we are. To our friends, a great gift from the sky, so shiny. We'll bring to our friends a great gift from the sky, little star.
Guys, I eat my apple pie like that. Listen to this fairy tale. Once upon a time, there was a king. He also had a farm and all sorts of. But this rural ruler was very weird. He constantly asked for impossible or a rocket ship. One day, table and shouted, "I want pheasants!" So they went. Right after finishing his lunch, his gun and left. He went into the woods to shoot some game. Wrong season. The game to shoot. When suddenly he saw a birdhouse. Sitting on a branch by the birdhouse. And he got his shotgun ready. Just as he was about to shoot, the bird on the shotgun and then said, "Shoot, be nice to me, please. I'm not an ordinary. Spare my life. I will be a trusty friend in your face." The bird flew up on the air, landed on the ground.